Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and we have a light chat at the moment, possibly because I started earlier than normal. Hashtag Justin time. We have Retro Setup Lab. 95 is better in this machine. I would probably agree, but I do not have 95 installation media. However, I have 98 installation media, so that's why I'm going with 98. I may have to fix the lack of installation media problem at some point. And we have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. UPS says Monday. Ah, yes. Dave I sent him that Mac Plus case. He did a restoration job on it, and it is back on the way to me, so yay. The Mac Plus that got shattered in, or the case got shattered in shipping. I'll be able to put it in that case sooner rather than later. Alright, let's see here. I wasn't really going to do Wheel of Regrets tonight, even though you all can probably see I have eBay tape sitting behind me. But I guess we can go to the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Maybe that'll get some folks' attention. Anyways, the first item we have is this. It always concerns me when eBay sellers use black plastic to ship things, because I'm always afraid that they're going to have shipped the wrong thing to me. Even if they did put eBay tape on it, that just still concerns me slightly, that they might have, shipped me the wrong item. Ah, Thomas. Hey, Thomas. We have Thomas Armstrong in the chat. Alright, well, this does seem to be about the correct size for the item I ordered. I'm sure. Well, let's see here. Unfortunately, my bench has a computer on it, so I'll just have to open it like this. But anyways, I have eBay regret. Well, I don't know. Okay, this does appear to be the item I ordered, so I will continue unwrapping it. Thomas says, my eBay order showed up the day after the strike ended. Oh, good. So maybe the post office will start taking Canadian shipments again soon. But anyways, I have... Yeah, no, this is Mad Dog, right? I have a... I bought another Mad Dog optical drive. Because it was, really cheap. And because these old optical drives are 100% reliable after sitting forever. But the cool thing is this one had the install software, so got whatever the pack-ins would have been. I don't think it was ever used. I think it was, or if it was used, they put it back in the box. But anyways, hi Jeremy. We have Jeremy of Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Anyways, yes, the stuff will get put in a build at some point. This is definitely not for this build tonight. Anyways, yes, another boxed Mad Dog optical drive. No, Jeremy, this is not for this computer. I promise you. Because, yeah, Roxia was probably awful in Windows 98. We have Christian Iverson. Hi, Christian. Christian says, another Mad Woofer? Never heard of that brand before. Jesse, I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. He says, the eBay regret with that dog in it. Yeah. All right, and then the other thing I have is this not quite as suspicious package from New Jersey. So, we'll, oh, my knife is already open, so I will, there we go. The coincidences that might be about New Jersey are completely coincidental, so don't worry, this is not a mystery drone. And this was an eBay purchase, not from Mac84 Steve. I mean, there are other people that live in New Jersey, too. I presume. Anyways, yes. I got it, Jeremy. So this is also not for this build, as you could probably tell by the fact that that is a PCI Express card of dubiousness, and a USB 3 cable of more dubiousness, and a 2-slot PCI board of most extreme dubiousness, and at least there's some screws. But anyways, this is for a little project that Jeremy is working on, and he's going to send me a PCB, and to test it out, I needed one of these, and Jeremy found one on eBay at the right price. So anyways, I got it. And that's actually all the eBay regrets. The optical drive and the thing for the thing Jeremy's sending me. So, without further ado, alright, let's get back to what's on the bench. So, as you can see, the bench has not changed much since Tuesday. And Jeremy says, who let the dogs out? Who? I don't know. I don't know who let the dogs out. But anyways, I am using a regular AT keyboard, just in case I was having trouble with the keyboard. I have my list of things to try tonight, and I have already decided on the first thing I'm going to try. But to recap, I tried installing Windows 98 3 times. 3 times it borked itself during the install. Oh, Jeremy's telling me, by the way, the PCBs have finally hit Dallas. Yeah. Yeah, they're, what do they call it? The global standard shipping. It has quite the network that it goes through. Every time I order PCBs that using the cheap shipping, it like seemingly goes to New Jersey is the first place it gets to, and it goes down to like Greensboro, and and then usually Charlotte, and then finally to Richmond before it gets to me. But that's beside the point. Anyways, I've got my list of items to try. Thomas says JLC PCB gets here on 2 days from China. Oh, that's cool. Although the thing is, we Jeremy and I probably don't pay for the 2-day shipping. Yeah, Jeremy says it was either I get fast shipping for $20 to $30 or get the cheap shipping and wait a bit for less than $2. Yeah, I'm with you, Jeremy. I usually don't pay for the expensive shipping either because, at least here, the expensive shipping they usually offer is DHL, and it usually still goes to the post office for final delivery, and it seems like every time that happens, the post office sits on it for a week and then finally delivers it. So, I usually get them at about the same time. Maybe other areas in the US, DHL is a bit better at delivering things, but to me, it's awful. Because the post office makes it painfully obvious that they don't like delivering things for other shipping companies. Thomas says it gets airdropped to Vancouver from China. Oh, okay. So it actually gets okay. So Vancouver must be, yeah, that makes sense. Of course. Yeah, I'm sure if we lived in the spot in the U.S. where the package gets airdropped to, it probably could get to us in 2 days as well. But yeah, Thomas says Apple Express to Abbotsford. Abbotsford. I don't know how to pronounce half the Canadian cities. Yeah. Yeah, they teach us geography in the US, but not how to pronounce Canadian town and city names. So I'm sure we all butcher them. Jesse says, we route all of our packages through Boise, Idaho. It's our way of showing our love. Yeah, sometimes it does seem like that. Jeremy says, I really like the total cost for these PCBs being less than $5, even with shipping. Yes. Fun fact, the components are going to cost more than the PCB. All right, end of fun fact. And I was just summing up the components that actually go on the PCB. Technically, that thing doesn't... I mean, it goes in the PCB, not, like, soldered onto it. Oh, Jesse says, you had the right pronunciation for the town of Wisconsin. Excellent. All right. Anyways, to sum up, tried to install Windows 98 3 times. 3 times the install borked itself. I made a list of things that both the chat came up with and that I came up with. Oh, hi, Francois. How am I supposed to seriously prepare the radio show for tomorrow? I seriously don't know, Francois. Jeremy says, I already figured the components would cost more than the stinking PCB. Yeah. Again, Gutbomb just got the Wheel of Regrets. Yes. Mad Dog Optical Drive. Aren't you glad, Gutbomb, that it wasn't a VIC-20? All right, so things I have on my list to try. Try installing Windows 98. These are in no particular order, and this does not reflect the order I'm going to go in tonight, because I think I've figured out the number one thing I need to try, and it does boil down to I should have listened to the chat a little bit harder. Although, in my defense, the item I should have tried, maybe after the chat told me several dozen times, would have caused the install to go slower. But, all right, we'll get to that. So, in no particular order, my list of items to try was try installing without the sound card installed, bus speed to 25 megahertz, try another hard drive controller, even though this is technically the second one I've tried, try another hard drive, try the original BIOS I had in the board, which is the latest version, try another motherboard with both 16 and 32 megs of RAM, 16 being how much I have in this board, 32 actually meeting and exceeding the minimum spec for Windows 98 2nd edition. I'll get to that in a moment. I was wrong about that on Tuesday as well. Try Windows 95, try turning off block mode in the BIOS, and try Windows 98 1st edition. All right. Some rebuttals to the list of items. Okay, this sound card I did check. The ESS 1868 was released in 95, if I'm remembering my dates correctly. So theoretically, Windows 98 should support it. So we're not going to try that one at first, because Windows 98 should have drivers built in if it was really released that long before 98 2nd edition. So it should have drivers. Gutbomb says, lol, I had that card. I'll get back to the chat here in a moment. I've already tried 2 hard drive controllers, so that one's really not high on my list of trying to dig out another hard drive controller. Besides, I've confirmed that the only other VESA local bus hard drive controllers I have are SCSI, and that adds more complicating factors for this build. Another hard drive is totally doable. I have another identical hard drive we could try, but I'm not going for that one first. I don't think this hard drive's defective. I think the bad sectors are phantom bad sectors and are being caused by another problem, which I'll get to what I think the problem is after pondering it. I'm not going to try the original BIOS because it's missing settings for the secondary IDE channel. As limited as they are in WinBIOS, it is missing them, so I'm not jumping at joy for the chance of trying that. I'll try another motherboard if we need to. That is certainly a chance that this HOTMESS-419 is the problem. If this motherboard is the problem, I'm yeeting it towards the sun. I may get one of those New Jersey drones to help me with that. I don't have Windows 95 or Windows 98 First Edition install Media Handy. But confession time, I have actually already turned off block mode in the BIOS because I realized it would probably conflict with the 32-bit mode Windows drivers, so I've actually already turned that off. And just so that I didn't have to struggle with these jumpers, I have already set the board up for the first thing we are actually going to try, and that is dropping the bus speed down to 25 megahertz so that we are not overclocking the overdrive processor. Because, after pondering it, I realized that despite the fact during some of my initial stress testing that the processor seemed to work great when we were overclocking it, I realized VESA Local Bus is directly off of the processor. The hard drive is on the VESA Local Bus, and if the processor really was not running properly overclocked, it is quite possible the first thing that's going to show it is the VESA Local Bus. So I have already dropped the bus speed down to 25 megahertz so that I didn't have to fool with that live because the jumpers are kind of a pain in the rear. The one reason why I call this the hot mess board is the jumper settings are always listed in either JP 21, 22, 23 or 23, 22, 21. So they list the jumpers in numerical order. However, the jumpers on this board are not in that same order. I think they are 23, 21, 22. So I went ahead and changed those while I was not under the stress of live streaming to make sure I got them right, and ran a program to determine that, yes, the bus speed is now at 25 megahertz. But we are going to have to reinstall Windows because where we left off, Tuesday is going to have left the system in a borked state, so we will have to start from the top. So I got my boot disk in, so we'll format the drive here. Interestingly enough, the BIOS actually, I don't get where the BIOS is getting 66 megahertz from. Just like I didn't get where it was getting 80 megahertz from when I had a 33 megahertz bus speed times 2.5. It's almost like the BIOS is using the wrong bus speed multiplier when this version's got that bug. All right, so let's see here. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Jeremy says, my desk chair broke recently, so I grabbed a spare oddball RV driver's seat I had and welded it to the base of my formerly broken desk chair. It's the most comfy chair I've ever owned. Yeah, Jesse says ESS 1868 is plug and play on Windows 98. And Gutbomb is confirming Windows 98 drivers are included. Thomas says, you know you're old when you remember relays doing the work of tubes. Yeah. Jeremy says the BIOS is corrupted. Possibly. That could be another thing. But I think this BIOS is fine. Thomas Armstrong says it cannot do math. It's an Intel. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and take care of the drive here. So we are running at, should be running at 25 megahertz times 2.5 multiplier. The only way you can get 2.5 multiplier on socket 3, or I guess sockets 1 through 3. No, socket 1 is technically not compatible with the Pentium Overdrive processor. I think it's socket 2 or 3 is to use a Pentium Overdrive processor, which has an internal multiplier that you cannot change from the jumper settings. The only place where a half multiplier exists on socket 2 or 3. All right, so we got a formatted drive. Let's see here. Let's go to C. I'll copy the installer to the C drive for expedience. Let me make sure the CD is actually in the CD drive. Well, oh, interesting. Is there no disk in the drive? Oh, okay, there we go. So, okay, it took quite a while to spin up, but it's copying files now. So we'll copy those to the C drive to speed it up a little bit. To make up for the fact that we just dropped the speed of the processor. 33 to 25 megahertz is a substantial change, actually. I think that's like, what, 25%? Maybe a little more? Okay. So, the other thing I tried to do last night was find a serial mouse. I have not managed to find a serial mouse. What's the chances that the serial mouse was hiding on my bench the whole time? Or is this a PS2 mouse? Oh, I bet this is another PS2 mouse. Yeah, confirmed. It's a PS2 mouse. Somewhere. I know I've got a serial mouse somewhere. Yep, it's a PS2 mouse. That's an Apple ADB mouse, which I guess technically is serial, but wrong type of serial. Let's see, that's a PS2 keyboard. All right, let me give this one last quick look while it's copying files from the CD. Do I see any unaccompanied mice? I thought I had a serial mouse, but maybe I don't. All right, well. Hi Mega, welcome. Do you have any AM5X86 133s? Just wondering because they're really cool. Yes, I do. They are in another system. They are actually really cool. But I kind of like to spread parts around in my builds so that I don't end up having a whole bunch of builds that are identical or are like identical except for the motherboard they're on. So since I've got an AM 5x86 133 in one of my standing builds, although it's not in a case yet, but it is one of my standing builds, so I am going to eventually put it in a case. I decided for this one, I would put the Pentium Overdrive processor in it, so that's why I'm using it. Do you think they actually stack up against the Pentium 75 like the P75 implies? Depending on what you're doing, yes, they do. In fact, actually, sometimes they might even be better than a Pentium 75. I think there are some things where I've seen that they may actually be just a little bit better than a Pentium 75. However, there's also, I mean, maybe not much better, but they are a little better. Because there is a internal clock speed advantage. Especially if you've got a one of the really good 486 boards. However, you can easily just get into this. You can easily get into the situation where with those AM 5x86s that you've got a situation where the Intel's going to run circles around it, especially if you get intensive floating point programs. Because at that point, Intel had the better floating point unit than AMD. Because I think AMD and Cyrix were kind of more on the floating point units are still going to be a niche product, so a little better than the 46 FPUs, probably fine. And Intel, I think, instead was going, floating point units are going to be standard, so we're going to make a good one. Yeah, it all depends on what you're using the processor for. If you're just like doing some simple word processing or something like that, then it's quite possible that yeah, your AM 5x86 is going to do just fine. Oh, welcome, Justin. I have another subscriber named Justin. Did I type it right? There we go. All right. Yes, I was actually entering the actual key on the back of my CD envelope. I will keep that key to myself because it's a one of my purchased retail licenses. All right, let's run through this compliance check real quick. I mean, as quick as you can go when you're a Pentium 63 megahertz on 486 bus. There we go. All right, Windows. Probably go ahead and pull that out. All right. While this is copying files, I will take another quick look around the basement to see if I can find the serial mouse that I know that I have somewhere, because I am fairly sure I have a serial mouse. I am having a hard time believing that I only have PS2 mice. Okay, it is not completely out of the realm of possibilities that I somehow managed to buy only PS2 mice, but I'm pretty sure I have at least one serial mouse kicking around somewhere. It might be upstairs. I did take a computer to work once for a special event, and now that I think about it, I might have had the serial mouse with that computer, and maybe the mouse just never came back downstairs. Sure thought I had a serial mouse. Well, maybe Santa will bring me a serial mouse. Tires for my car might also be a good thing for Santa to bring, but a serial mouse, maybe. I'll leave the stocking out. By the fireplace, serial mice fit in the stocking. Alright, so we are going to do a custom install yet again, and I think at this point I can pretty much still complain that they put this in a really weird spot of the install process, because seemingly it should be like right before you enter the key. Let's see here. Games, mouse pointers, screensavers. There we go. Turn that off because I don't want Outlook Express. Actually, Hyperterminal can be handy. I want the themes. I don't want that. And turn that all on except that and that. And so you don't need online services. And I like character map. Don't need drive converter. And alright, there we go. And oh, there we go. And right, skip creating that, and there we go. Now we will copy files. Estimated time remaining 45 minutes. And now we will have all the excitement of a Windows 98 setup in real time. The only thing I've done that might speed this up compared to back then is I did copy all the install files to the hard drive. However, you could have done that back then too, so yeah, I don't really call that an unfair acceleration. Also, my processor's not overclocked, so we're not getting any speed boosts there. Now, for those of you that watched Dave's stream and saw that I did try to upgrade the cache of this board, and I failed on Dave's stream because it was unstable. Well, if I figure out that processor speed was causing Windows to not install correctly, I may try the cache upgrade again, because, yeah, maybe it was just another symptom of an overclocked processor. I mean, then again, it could have been a BIOS bug because I wasn't using this version of the BIOS, and it could just be this motherboard's not stable with that amount of cache. So it is entirely possible I may still have problems, but let's see what Windows does. And now, while we wait for Windows to copy files, let me see if I can find the serial mouse that I thought I had somewhere. All right. Okay. This is hold on. Let me check something. Does this motherboard have a PS2 header on it? No, it does not. Okay. Ah, hi, David Starbuck. Yes, David says, first time I installed Windows 95 was from 3.5 floppies. Oh, boy, was that fun. Oh, if I was crazy enough, I could install Windows 95 from 3.5 floppies on this, but I don't think I could take all the channel engagement that would give me. Although it would be slightly unfair because I would just use floppy images on a GoTech to make it go a little faster. Still. All right. I found the serial mouse. Excellent. All right, so Windows probably won't pick it up until the restart, but yeah. Because I think for this part of the install, I would have had to have had a dust mode mouse driver installed. Because I don't think it'll actually run Windows mouse drivers until it restarts and starts actually detecting hardware. Ah, hi Jason. We have Jason here. Hey, I had that install format as well. Fun times. Yes. Missy says you don't need it yet. Yeah, I don't really need it yet, but I will need it at some point, so I wanted to go find it. And I found it. So now I've got it plugged in so that when I can use it, I have it. Jason says I installed Slackware Linux 4.0 From downloaded floppy images back in the day, similarly large collection of floppies. Yes. Okay, so while we wait for this to copy, there was one thing I was potentially wrong on, and that is the minimum memory requirement for Windows 98 Second Edition. According to one source, it's 24 megabytes. And I only have 16 megabytes of RAM here. However, I did not specify the don't do the RAM check for the installer, and it let me go. So I'm thinking that maybe 16 is the actual minimum requirement. Oh, hi, Justin Howard. Welcome. Says, my first speedy computer was a 486DX4 running at 100 megahertz on turbo. 850 megabyte hard drive, 16 megs of RAM. Nice. And we have Retro Tech Chris. Hi, Chris. Yeah, 16 megabytes feels a little lean for Windows 98 Second Edition. Well, I have some RAM in my eBay shopping cart. I have not checked it out yet because I want to know that this motherboard might actually work. I want to see Windows running on it and not failing to install on it. And then, and only then, might I convince myself to actually check out and buy the RAM. Because the tip jar, the tip jar over there is feeling just a little bit low. Mega says, time for virtual memory thrashing. Yeah, we're going to have that soon. That's for sure. Yeah, yeah, the only RAM I had that on hand that works with this board are four megabyte sims. I have tried all of my bigger memory modules, and this board is not compatible with them. Chris says, I just dropped the family trickster off at the dealership. Yay! Maybe that door will finally be fixed. David says, I never owned a 486 until last year. Bought an already restored DX266 system from a local chap. I actually have a DX4100 I picked up last month in Northern Virginia. Chris says, yes, I have requested they fix the sliding doors. How? A software update. I'll believe that's a software problem when I see it. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess I could see that the software's got the wrong setting for that. Basically, the problem with Chris's minivan, which I got firsthand experience with at VCF East last year, is you tell it to close the door, and it gets most of the way closed, and then I guess it thinks there's an obstruction in the doorway, and it opens the door again. So, it's like, yeah. Okay, Chris says it is a software update. Over time, the weather stripping hardens. They relax the, quote, safety close. Okay, I guess that makes sense. And Jesse says, I dread the day I have to deal with software updates on a vehicle. David says, you can't slide it closed manually. Chris will have to comment on what you have to do to be able to manually close it, but you gotta, like... Chris says, back to David, in this economy? No way! Jeremy's giving us a quote from the movie Short Circuit. Cars, dumb machines. Yeah, you can turn off the auto close, then you can close them manually. But if the auto close is on, then no, you're not supposed to manually close them. think that can confuse the system even more if you try to help it. Chris says, I want my van to work as designed, darn it. Yeah. Oh, Chris says, well, except for the auto start stop when the battery died about 6 months back, it never relearned and quit working. I will not be telling them to, quote, fix that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my parents have a CRV that has that auto start stop, and I don't blame Dad for turning it off every time he gets in the vehicle, because Chris says, at least not in this economy. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of one of those, depending on where you're driving, the ability to just accelerate is from a stop is quite handy. Chris says, I'm getting the Naboo out. I think you might be able to get into the Naboo operating system faster than I'll get into Windows 98. Hi, Jack. Jack says, install Windows 98 on it. Oh, wait. Yeah. David says, my Prius does the start-stop thing too, but I think that's a feature. Yeah, I think that is like one of the defining features of a Prius. Also, I think the Prius might have done it a bit better. Also, there is the thing about the Prius having the electric motor, so it's not like you're going from a dead stop to trying to accelerate with nothing that can accelerate you, because you've got the electric engine. Chris says, lol. Yeah. Jeremy says, auto start stop just wears your starter out prematurely. The fuel savings from that system doesn't come close to the cost of replacing the starter. Yeah, I have often wondered about the cost of the starter in one of those cars compared to how much fuel you save. But what do I know? I'm just a guy that repairs vintage computers on YouTube. Jesse says auto start stop is a scam by Big Starter. Yeah. Christian says there's a certain spray you can buy. I just can't remember the name. Silicon spray. Yeah, Chris has tried that several times. Yeah. Jeremy says some starters are located under the intake manifold. Very costly repair. Yikes. Yeah, I know. It's like where they put components in cars these days. I am both shocked and not shocked at how many times I watch car videos on YouTube, like Sam Crack and others who buy cars that need repaired, and they'll like just casually mention yeah, if you need to replace the system, you got to drop the engine and do this and do that. And I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. It's like the number of times he talks about having to drop the engine to replace some mundane part. I'm like, this is ridiculous how convoluted engine compartments have become. But again, what do I know? I'm just a guy that repairs vintage computers on YouTube. David says that sounds like German engineering right there. Yeah. Jeremy says, looking at you, Nissan. Yeah. Chris says, I'm done with Chrysler, only Toyota/Lexus going forward. I have one of each in the driveway and this stupid Pacifica. Yeah, the Pacifica is the family trickster. I might have come up with that name as a play on the family truckster, of course. Christian says, I think to Jeremy, cough, old Saab 9000, 95, and 93. Ask how I know. Such stupid design. Yeah. Chris says, I remember when Sam Crack bought the Domino's pizza car. Jason says, in quote, repairs. Yeah. Okay, maybe I do a bit more than just repair them, but still, I'm not a car guy, I guess is what I was implying. I mean, you never know when I might get the inspiration to try to repair an old car. But I need to start simple, and unfortunately those cars are becoming more expensive because they're antique. All right. David says, I had at one point a Ford, a Toyota, a Chevrolet, and a Dodge in my driveway. I got rid of the Ram after it hit 300,000 miles on the original engine and transmission. Chris says, your name is Brandon Bishop. You can buy any car as long as it's a Mazda. Well, I have to say, Brandon has bought several Mazdas that have just been troopers. David Starbucks says, old cars and old boats are money pits. Yes. Jeremy says, Nuevo Chrysler está basura. David says, if anyone says they have a deal for you on a 40-year-old sailboat, run. I didn't, and I paid for it. Ooh, ouch. Chris says to David, the happiest days of boat ownership are the day you buy and the day you sell. Jeremy says, I own a 1977 Dodge B300. It runs beautifully. I bet it does, Jeremy. And I bet you could probably fix just about anything in the engine compartment without having to drop the engine. Except, I guess, if you actually had to replace the engine or repair the engine itself. But, okay, anything other than the engine, you could probably repair it without having to drop the engine. David says, yacht equals yet another 1,000 changes hands today. Jeremy says, I would have to drop the K member, yeah. David says, I had a 1982 Ram with a slant 6. That thing was indestructible. Now you all are making me want to go buy an old car. Because of... Yeah, I'll have to come up with the channel name, I guess. And Chris says to Jeremy, that was like 5 acquisitions ago for Chrysler. Chrysler has been tossed around more than, well, this is a family program. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good way to look at it, Chris. Yeah, that's 5 acquisitions ago. Yes. Yeah, Jack says, I feel like people who owned these cars in a snowy climate had a very different experience with longevity. Yes, unfortunately, there you do have the competing problems of the car was made indestructibly and the road salts are very unforgiving. And unfortunately, I think usually the frame goes. The frame and the, like, underbody. Although, I think I've talked with people that have had, like, cars that have been driven in snow and the frame is going and the underbody's going and, like, mechanically the engine is still running great. But unfortunately, the underbody of the car is, like, quickly approaching unsafe. Yeah, Chris is agreeing with Jack, yeah. David says, that old truck would go over 50 unless you dropped it off a skyscraper. But it always started and ran, even at negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Wouldn't go over. Yep. Yep, I think Jeremy figured out what Chris was going for, and I'm just going to say, yep, this is a family program, so we don't need to say exactly what it's like. We all know that, yeah, Chrysler's been handed around in a number of corporate acquisitions, and I don't know if possibly they are the most traded car company in the past 40 years. I would be interested to know. As in, like, the entire car company, not like how often someone trades that particular car, but like the entire car company has maybe been traded the most. Yeah. Yes. Yes, in fact, this Windows install is just going so blazingly fast. Yeah, Jeremy, I know. You stopped. You gave us just enough info, and I do appreciate that. Let's see, David's asking, Chrysler is Fiat, right? Italian cars. Yes, I believe Chrysler is currently owned by Fiat. Chris is saying, we're doing our best to keep the conversation going during the install. Yes, thank you, because the install is going slower because the processor is not overclocked. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Chrysler is currently owned by Stellantis, which owns Fiat and some others. Yeah. David says, I'm going to stick with Toyota from now on, I think. Chris says, Stellantis cars are sitting on the lot. Jeremy's like, Stellantis is just manufactured landfill. Yeah, Chris says Chrysler proper has like one vehicle in their lineup. Yeah, I think I did hear that somewhere, that they were down to like one vehicle. Maybe that's why the car dealership is, like, my local Chrysler Dodge Jeep dealership is remodeling their showroom. Probably to give the Chrysler area like less room. And Dodge and Jeep a little more room. Oh, I think they may have the Honda dealership too there, so yeah, and maybe they're relegating Chrysler to like the one sales room in the very back. Jack says, every once in a while I see a Fiat around here and I have no idea how people end up with them. Jesse says, my mom wanted to sell her Grand Marquis for a Chrysler 300. I asked if she was insane. Yeah, I don't think I could make that trade, that's for sure. David says, my neighbor has a Charger Hellcat. That thing is bad fast, but it's broken a lot too. Yeah. Jeremy says, I would definitely keep the Grand Marquis over the 300 any day. Chris says, most ridiculous car is the Jeep Wagoneer. Totally agree. 100,000 for Jeep reliability. Chris is saying, Grand Marquis for the win. Yeah. Jesse says she came to her senses. I was ready to buy the Grand Marquis. Yeah. David says I would kill for a Grand Marquis from the mid 2000s. Jeremy says I love the Ford Panther platform. Chris says the Panther platform rocks. Yes. All right, we are 81% in the file copy progress. David says, or a Mercury Marauder. Chris says Grand Marquis, Crown Vic, Town Car, etc. Jesse says it only has 75,000 miles on it. I would be set for a while. Yeah. Jeremy says I had a 97 Ford Crown Vic. I should have never traded it off. Chris says body on frame. David says 75,000. That's only like half broken in. Yeah. Jesse says considering my current car is near 270,000. I'm at about 100. My car has 120. It's about to roll over to 126,000. Granted, I live really close to work, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. Chris is saying to David, half, probably even less. Police ran those for a ton of miles. Jeremy's saying those 4.6 liter V2. Those 4.6 liter 2-valve V8s will go to 400,000 miles without the heads being removed with proper maintenance. David says, I know, Chris. That's why taxi companies love them. Yeah. Oh, that is right. That is what taxi companies use too. Probably like why police departments like them, because it's like you do your proper maintenance and they go for like miles and miles and miles. In fact, I think there's some taxi companies around town that probably still use them. David says proper maintenance equals good oil and good gas. Jesse says they were very roomy too. Yes. And Jeremy says, I want a Grand Marquis or town car. Oh, okay. There's 2 exclamation marks there. For a moment, I thought auto incorrect had gotten Jeremy, but nope, it's just 2 exclamation marks. All right, file copy progress, 100%. All right, we are about to reboot. Yay! You know, I could do that to make it go a little faster. And Jeremy's saying, and timing chain replacements. Yes. We are getting ready to run Windows for the first time for the 4th time. David says, man, that's what Marvel's Mystery Oil is for. Jack says, we've been ready to run Windows for the first time since Tuesday. Yeah. I would have gladly paid you Tuesday for a Windows install Tuesday. I was going to, yeah, I don't know why that hamburger statement popped in my mind. Hamburger, that'd be good. Jeremy says, the only bad thing about the pre-98 4.6 liter V8s was the intake manifold would split under the thermostat. Ford actually had a recall on it. I wonder if Ford would still do the recall repair if you had one that hadn't been repaired yet. David says, I had a Whataburger today. Yeah, there's no Whataburger around here, so I'd have to settle for either a Sheetz burger, which... No. I mean, Jeremy says the recall expired years ago. Retrotech Chris says, just don't get the Sheets nachos. Yeah, that Sheets nacho order you got, Chris, was ridiculous. That was like totally not what I would expect. Yeah, Jason, I'm hoping it is ready to run Windows for the last time on this computer, because we've been seeing that a lot. Thomas says, got to run one more play at my granddaughter's school. All right. Yeah. I don't want the hamburger from Sheets. It's not really that great. So I'd have to settle for a Wendy's burger, and, well, that's really not that great either. Although, definitely better than Sheets. Or I could go to Burger King, but last time I had a burger from Burger King, I was kind of disappointed. Thomas Armstrong says, Windows progress bar is always closed. Yeah. Yeah, David, Sheets is a gas station that has food. Like every Sheets station has food. Their slogan is like not fast food, but food fast. I don't know. It's like some weird play on words. Although I think we're supposed to get a Wawa like come spring. They're actually working on the lot. So Wawa has way better food for a gas station than Sheets. I hate to say it, Sheets. Jesse says, I hope you're ready for steamed hams. And Jeremy says, I visited a Sheets on the way back home from VCF East 2023. David says, gas station food doesn't count as edible that often. Oh, yeah, Jeremy's, yeah, Wawa coffee is good. Yeah, Wawa is good. Wawa has really good subs. Yeah, David's got one a mile down the road. Yeah. We're getting a Wawa. I think it'll be open in the spring. I'm not worried about the fact that it doesn't look like they've done anything to the lot, because I know once they start building it, it will be done quickly. Because quite honestly, it's kind of hard to tell what they might be doing. Well, okay. Might be like early summer at this point, but still. Oh, yeah, Wawa's good for breakfast sandwiches, too. Unfortunately, the Wawa is like will be in the opposite direction from work. But I have to drive by the Sheets every day. Chris says Wawa is good for everything. Yes. Like, to get to work, unless I go some completely ridiculous long detour route, I have to drive by Sheets. So it's where they're located. Jesse says, in accordance with Wisconsin state law, I must say Quick Trip is superior. All right. Jesse has obeyed Wisconsin state law. I unfortunately cannot confirm or deny because I've never been to Wisconsin. So I've not sure I've ever been near enough to a Quick Trip to know to stop. David says, well, there are no Quick Trips in Florida. I'm not sure if there's any in Virginia either. I guess I could look while we're waiting for Windows to install. All right. Midwestern convenience store and gas station. Let's see here. Let's see if Wikipedia will tell me where they are located. Oh, yeah, definitely not anywhere near Virginia. Quick Trip is apparently a chain that serves the states of Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin, and apparently they plan in North Dakota. All right, well, I can definitely say I've never been to a Quick Trip because I've never been to any one of those states. Oh, well. David says, but we have Culver's, which is very tasty. Yeah, Jesse says it's mostly Wisconsin and Minnesota. Jesse says, I don't like buying fuel from them. They like to gouge on fuel. Ah. Oh, apparently there is another chain called Quick Trip, which should not be confused with Quick Trip, because the one Jesse's talking about has a space between the two words, but apparently the other chain does not have a space in the name. Because Chris is saying Quick Trip without the space had them when I lived in North Texas. Oh, look, the mouse works. Yay. All right. Eastern time zone. Do not automatically adjust. All right. The clock is close enough for government work. All right. How far will we get? We are now in the part of the install where we were seeing trouble on Tuesday. Jesse says, I also have access to a Costco and Woodman's now since I started working in Green Bay, so I buy fuel from there. Costco is definitely awesome. Never been to a Woodman's. That must be a more regional or local place. All right, we are updating system settings. All right. Estimated time remaining 8 minutes. Jesse says Woodman's is another Wisconsin grocery chain. Their fuel prices are usually on par with Costco. And David says I get my gas at Wawa once every 3 months. Jack says, a few weeks ago, I was in the car and attempted to ask Siri for directions to the nearest Quick Trip with a space. It gave me directions to Quick Trip without a space that was like 600 miles away. Yeah, still needs a little bit of work there. David Starbucks says 60 miles per gallon average is nice. Yes, that is nice. Seven minutes. We're at the 7-minute stretch. Because this 7 minutes will stretch out more than a minute. Or not. I don't know. One of these minutes in the install takes more than a minute. Joe pointed it out, and I realized, yeah, that is right. It usually takes more than a minute for a particular minute. And I was thinking it was 7 minutes. That it, like, just stretches that minute out. Not to be confused with the 7th inning stretch, which I always thought was a weird point to stretch, because wouldn't you want to have everyone stretch in the middle of the game, which would be at the, I guess, the bottom of the 4th inning after like 4.5 innings? Or maybe between the 4th and the 5th inning? I don't know. What do I know? I just repair computers on YouTube. Jeremy says, I've been toying with the idea of getting a 3-wheeled vehicle for long trips for the fuel savings, that or a 90s Geo Metro. Chris says, there is one convenience store that had a name similar to Enter and Leave, but I hear they are changing their name. Yeah, I think I heard that too. Jack says, I drove a 90s Geo Metro once. It gets good gas mileage because it can't go over 65. Yeah. Jesse says, Ford Festiva forever. All right, yeah, I think this is that 7th minute stretch. All right. Oh. Jesse says, those could go about 85 miles per hour with the 4-speed manual. Jeremy says, if you plan far enough in advance, you don't need to get there fast. You just need to, quote, get there. Yes. Jack says, 4-speed. Yeah. Mega says, the drums of doom. Yes. Jack says, my friend had a Toyota Tercel that I think was a 4-speed. Okay, we are still in the 7-minute stretch. Like the little hamsters running around the wheel, rolling out more of the 7 minute. Because I know we've definitely been more than here for more than a minute. David says, my old truck had a 3 on the tree. Ah. Yeah, now cars are commonly not even having speeds because they're CVTs. It's like lame. Yeah, kids now, you tell them, yeah, I had a 4-speed growing up, and they're like, what's a 4-speed? Our car doesn't have any speeds, technically. Jeremy says, my second vehicle was a 1970 Datsun TL521 with a 2.0-liter 4-cylinder from a 1978 Datsun 510 and a 4-speed manual. I actually beat a BMW Z3 back in 2002 with that pickup. Wow. I don't know if that's a comment on how powerful that truck was or how light that truck was. Jack says, to Chris, I have always been perplexed by the name of the, quote, enter and leave convenience store. Was there ever a time when people didn't give side-eye to that name? Yeah, seriously. Like, David says, my Prius has drive, neutral, reverse. Yeah. Jason's got a good question. Haven't been watching the video, just on while I work. Have you verified that the keyboard lights and mouse to work? Yes. The keyboard lights appear to be correct. We have numlock on. Caps lock and scroll lock are off. Because if you remember one of those install attempts, all 3 lights were on the keyboard. And yes, the mouse does still work. Although I didn't have the mouse plugged in last time because I couldn't find it. But anyways, yeah. Jack says, DNR sounds more like an 80s minivan, David. Chris says, to Jack, there was not. Yeah. Yeah, I think they gave their, I don't know. They probably thought they were being clever with their convenience store name and, probably got a little bit too close to the, Me Too crowd. So maybe it's for the best that they changed their convenience store chain name. At least that would be my this is a family show take on it. Jeremy says that Dotson would move in between lanes like it was an Olympic ice skater. Chris is asking David, do not resuscitate. Oh. Yeah. 7-minute stretch. All right, yep, mouse is still moving. The hard drive is still chugging along. I don't think it's locked up. Jack says, slowest drum roll ever. Yeah. Hi, Tim. Welcome. Vborg's in the chat. So Mega's asking, so all you did this time was reduce the clock speed. Yes. We are now running with the 25 megahertz bus speed, which is the correct one for this processor. And I think we are further than we were getting. Yeah, maybe I should have, as I was saying earlier, I kind of, after I pondered it some more, I realized the VESA Local Bus controller card is directly, oh, we're to 6 minutes, yay. The VESA Local Bus controller is directly on the processor bus, so I got to thinking that if the processor was having trouble with the overclock, that maybe the first thing that would show it would be the bus interface. Because VESA Local Bus already is, shall we say, not the most robust of designs for expansion slots, because the cards are quite literally directly off the processor bus. I don't think there's any buffers or anything. They're like on the processor bus. So I got to thinking, well, if the processor was having trouble overclocking, maybe that was manifesting itself in drive errors. Mega asks, is there a separate oscillator for your ISA? Yes, the ISA bus has a separate oscillator, but the VESA Local Bus runs at the processor's bus speed. And the hard drive controller chip is on the VESA Local Bus. So it's not going to use the ISA bus speed. It'll use the processor bus speed. Yeah, so Mega, I was kind of wondering if maybe that was VESA Local Bus instability, but it was only showing itself during heavy file operations. Like might be happening when it's updating system settings, where it's probably processing settings files and the registry and whatnot. Yeah, let's see. Jason says, I remember VESA Local Bus being very bus speed sensitive. Yes, there are some VESA Local Bus cards that are more sensitive to bus speed than others. I think both the VESA Local Bus cards I have in this system are 33 megahertz compatible. I do have a VESA Local Bus card that is not compatible with 33 megahertz, interestingly enough. It's a video card, and it only worked at 25 megahertz. Although, now that I think about it, maybe that was actually the processor overclock causing it not to work. I may have to investigate that again at some point. I guess says, okay, so just VESA local bus instability then. Well, we'll see. If it reboots and we don't get a blue screen, then yeah, it may have been VESA local bus instability. Chris says, we found that really obscure VESA local bus, quote, similar PC the other day. Trying to remember what it was. Viborg says, ARG, IBM. Jack says, video card, you say. Jack, you'll be happy to know this is a Trident video card. Jeremy says, Z. What? It finally changed to 2 minutes? Yeah, we're to 2 minutes. Jack said, yeah, I beat Jack to his question. And what chipset is this video card based on? It is the Trident TGUI 9440. No extra letters or numbers at the end of the name, because that's actually the best version of the TGUI 9440, because that's the one that has the full color RAM DAC built in. And actually, of the VESA local bus cards I tested in this computer with this processor, it was the fastest. Believe it or not. Trident might have had cheap chipsets, but there was that brief moment in the 90s where they managed to come up with an actually good chipset right before the industry switched to 3D, and their 3D performance was lackluster. As was most 3D chipsets, but that's beside the point. But yeah, I think this, like the TGUI 9440 and the TGUI 9680 are like their best chipsets. And then they kind of got caught off guard with the way the direction the industry was going. Actually, it'd be... Yeah, Jeremy's saying less than a minute. Yeah, Jeremy, I realize that that's not entirely true. You are correct. Because it still has a little more processing to go on the first boot. But wait a minute. We are actually shutting down. Maybe. Okay, now I am a bit concerned, because I know one of the failed attempts we had, we actually got to the point where it wanted to shut down. Jack says, wasn't this the point when the install hung before? Yes, we did have an install hang at this point before. I don't hear any hard drive activity, though. I'm thinking it... Alright, we'll give it another couple moments. Jack says, lol, deja vu. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to restart it, because... Eborg says, I'm tinkering with one of these IBMs I picked up yesterday. Cool, I'm glad you picked them up. I had seen them and saved them to my Facebook Marketplace saved purchases, but it's kind of one of those... I'm just a bit too far to just drop everything and go. Chris is asking, Viborg says, Tim says, IBM has to do things so differently, and Chris is saying, how's your conversion to microchannel architecture going? Yeah. Jack says, I think this is literally what happened on Tuesday. Tim's asking, anyone want to buy an IBM? Tim, the offer is tempting. Well, we've got a blue screen. It is a bit more teal than blue, but, well, it is. Jack says VESA local bus was supposed to be better than microchannel architecture. Well, in a you don't pay royalties to IBM sort of way, yeah, it probably is. Jack says blue screen, but not that blue screen. Yes. Okay, yeah, the hard drive is still chugging along. Tim says teal screen. Yes. Not to be confused with a teal screen, which you might see during certain scenes of Stargate SG-1. Oh, I don't think we had this happen on Tuesday. Woohoo! I have a default monitor! Yay! Ooh, we are updating system settings. I don't remember this Tuesday either. Jack's asking, what monitor would Windows detect as something other than a default monitor? I don't know what monitors Windows had built in, but I know some monitors back in the day came with a driver disk. So you could actually have Windows show you that it was the monitor you just paid good money for. But in reality, we definitely didn't get this far on Tuesday. I honestly, I think most of the time Windows is reading the DDC info from the monitor. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it sees any monitor as a default monitor unless you install the driver disk, but I'm sure it has some built in. David Starbucks says Windows 98 detects my gateway EV700. Jack says lol, an inf file containing the name of the monitor. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, I think the inf file also has the same DDC information that it would read off the monitor, but still, yeah, it basically is an inf file to set the name of your monitor. Maybe there's some monitor out there where the inf file might have more refresh rates in it than the monitor reports. Maybe for some monitor that has just a lot of supported resolutions, but because maybe there's an upper end to what you can put in the EEPROM that the DDC reads from. But still, I think it pretty much is an inf file that sets the name of the monitor. Jason says monitor drivers were really only needed for monitor/card combinations that didn't support VESA. Yes. Jeremy says if only that capture was 4x3 instead of 16x9. If only. Oh. It's partially the scaler. There you go. That's closer to correct. Unfortunately, the thing is okay, active desktop, we're going to turn that off. Okay. I'm not sure if that content ID matches or not, which is why I muted really quick. Jeremy says, no VGA drivers, but it has sound. Well, let's see what it has. Looks like I have all the drivers here because look at that. There's no yellow exclamation marks. Yep, there's our default monitor. And there's our Trident Super VGA. Because actually, I think a lot of the Trident cards use the same driver anyways. Now, it is quite possible that I could install a better driver, but oh, driver file details. Oh. Okay, so maybe those aren't that good of a driver. I may update them, but anyways, we are using a better driver than just like standard VGA. I can hover over icons to select them. Oh, I never liked that mode. All right. First, we're turning active desktop off. Let's see, which was the one I liked? That's not that one. Clouds. Oh, maybe we do need to change some settings here. There we go. There we go. A huge Windows logo. Screensaver. We'll try that later. Let's see. Windows, effects, web. Oh. There we go. Turn off active desktop. Have to restart the computer. Okay, there probably are better drivers. Because I know this card supports more than 256 colors. Or at least I thought it did. Richard Tech Chris says, G-host based PC. I'll have to check that out. Will it let me see the post because I'm not logged into Twitter here? Oh, I saw that computer on Facebook Marketplace. Because it likes to show me computers that are nowhere near me. And yeah, it's someone who's got a 486 or so they say, and they put a banana on top of it for scale, I presume, because bananas are always a standard size, and that's going to help you know how big the computer is. Because all bananas are always the same size. And if you can't tell I'm being super sarcastic there, well, that was sarcasm. Jack says, no yellow exclamation marks. That's not how I remember Windows in the 90s. Yeah, Jeremy says the colors are set to 16. Yep, we confirmed that. Jack says, not just VGA, Super VGA. Yeah, Jeremy says, Rebooticus. Jack says, those are weird colors. I don't remember this desktop background. Yeah, that is still looking kind of weird. I may pick a different... yeah, Tim picked up on the banana for scale, too. Yeah. Yeah. Jack says, bet they designed that wallpaper on a Mac. Zing. Oh, hey, RetroVance24. Welcome. All right, so we've got VBorg says, bring back the ketchup and mustard Windows theme. Retrofan says, bet so, yeah. Actually, let's see what themes we have. Oh, that's right. We don't need this wallpaper. I was going to turn on a theme because nothing says make the 486 go slower like a cool Windows 98 theme. All right. Actually, I don't think the themes necessarily make it go that much slower. All right. I always liked this theme. Jeremy says, I once ran a Simpsons theme for Windows 9X and it was slow on a Pentium 100. Oh, there we go. Look at that. That is exactly what your computer looks like inside, complete with vacuum tubes. Yes, your computer has vacuum tubes just like that, and that, and that, and more vacuum tubes. Yes, this is so totally the inside of a computer. I have a feeling this photo was... Someone said, quick, we want to make an inside your computer theme for Windows. Can you just put a bunch of circuit boards around a box and backlight the ones in the back and take a photo of it? And no one said... Yeah, Mega says, this is someone's art piece. Yeah, probably. Jeremy says, no early ATI and an IBM Aptiva. David says, that's my desktop on my server, lol. Jack says, the overdrive comes from vacuum tubes, yes. Retrovant says, lovely cards, yes. Yeah, we got a Trident card in here. I'll probably install some better drivers. All right. So we got Windows installed. All right, let's see if Windows will actually restart without hanging. David says that this is the inside of a Commodore 64. Jack's asking, is this 256 colors? Yes, it is, because I need to install some better drivers. Robert, hi, Robert, welcome. Robert McKay says, maybe an old TV being used as a C64 monitor. Yeah. Retro Vance says, it's fun to take close-up pictures of computers like that. I should do that more often. Then post them to social media. And then you have more reasons to go subscribe to my Instagram than just stream reminders. Uh-oh. That's not good. But we continued. Oh, we had a blue screen there, but I don't know what that was about. Jack says, would 640 by 480 been a typical resolution or 800 by 600? I think at this point, 800 by 600. Retrotech Chris says, everything is fine, nothing is broken, except for that blue screen that we just got. Jason says, there is an old Computer Chronicles episode where Bill Gates and Stuart Chafee are standing inside a PC explaining the parts. Jack says, I'm trying to remember when 1024 by 768 was a thing. Jesse says, that's the Windows 98 we remember. Jack says, yep. Like a Windows log so I can try to figure out. Explorer caused an invalid page fault in module dibeng.dll. Ugh. I guess this blue screen is sometimes just a dialog box basically for when the system can only talk to you that way. Valid page faults. Yeah. DIBENG.dll. What? Let me see if I can figure out what that is real quick. I'm trying to figure out, is that like the system just trying to tell me that we don't have enough resources for oh, that's annoying. Nothing's telling me what the DLL really does. Alright. Oh, when running Windows 98, Windows 98 2nd Edition, Internet Exploiter 4.x or 5, you may receive a random general protection fault which looks like what we're staring at now. This error can occur if an incompatible display driver is installed on the computer. So it's suggesting that I change to the standard, the VGA driver. Or probably was what, okay. All right, let's, okay, I'm going to turn the theme off. Oh, wait. That's not where the theme is. I don't know if that's going to help. But it looks like I need to update display drivers, I think is the problem. I have a feeling that it probably knows this is a Trident card, but maybe it's the wrong Trident drivers. All right, so let's go back to... Okay, so it looks like, okay, so it looks like the themes has caused an illegal operation. All right. Oh, it looks like I have no mouse now. Excellent. Just the way I like to run Windows. Jack says this might be the knowledge base referred to by the article I was reading. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Looks like... All right, so let's go... Okay, let's see if I can... Let's restart, and then let's see if I can get to Device Manager and set it to VGA, and then we'll see if I can find some drivers. Yeah, it basically says update your VGA driver. Yeah. I should have known it was too easy for it to have just installed all the drivers and be like, done! Yeah, something tells me that the system is pretty much, like, hosed at this point, and I'm probably going to have to... Yeah, it's hosed. Alright. . Okay, I'll boot it into safe mode so I can change the... Well, I missed the opportunity to boot into safe mode. Jack says this was before Windows had System Restore, right? Yeah, yeah, I believe so. I think hopefully this is just an incompatible driver and is not actually causing too much. I'm assuming that is also the display driver causing that problem. All right. Oh, Jesse says ME had the first System Restore. All right, so we're going to Properties. Device Manager. Display Adapters. Properties. Driver. Update Driver. Next. I'm going to go all hardware. Interesting. All right. None of those are standard display types. Yeah, I do like that busy cursor. Misty says ME was also the only 9X based OS that had native support for thumb drives. Okay, hopefully now we won't get the blue screen or the protection errors. Although we will only have 16 colors, so the theme may look awful. But hopefully that will then let me try to install some good drivers. Retrovance says System Restore was so buggy on ME though. Yeah. I remember hearing about that. I never ran ME myself. Alright, so let's see here. Trident TGUI 9440 VLB drivers Windows 98. Although I guess if I found Windows 95 drivers, those should be compatible. Okay, now that background is an art piece. Okay, looks like the RetroWeb has some. I bet the Vogon's driver collection has some. Alright, let's see here. Vogon's drivers. Alright, let's see what we've got here. So, on Vogon's, graphics, Trident. Okay, I've got the... There's a Windows 95 driver. That one's... Okay, and it does say that's for the VESA local bus version of the card. Ooh, interesting. Looks like there's an updated VESA local bus BIOS for this card, maybe. May check that out if I still have trouble. Let's see here. Okay, so it looks like... Alright, now what's the RetroWeb have? Okay. Well, we'll use the one that Vogon's has. Yeah, it's a should be it's a TGUI or a TVGA 9440. Okay, looks like changing the video driver did solve the problem. Jack says this is like the finger painting version of the desktop wallpaper. Yeah. Oh, we could change it to 2 colors. How quaint. All right. Jesse says MS Paint version of the wallpaper. Yeah. Jack says you can almost make out the vacuum tubes. Okay, let's see here. Best way for me to get these drivers onto this computer. Oh, actually, here we go. Oh, actually, let's do this. I will pull the hard drive so I can copy some files to it, and I'll just go ahead and copy the driver installer onto the hard drive while I'm at it. I was going to create a floppy image and put it on the USB drive for my GoTech, but then I realized, no, I wanted to copy DOSBench onto this hard drive. So why don't I just go ahead and pull the drive, plug it into my computer, and then I can put DOSBench on it and the Trident drivers. And that'll be a start. And then that way, before we go on to the next thing, we can at least make sure it looks like it's working. All right, let's see. Plug this in. All right, there we go. So let's see here. New folder. Call this temp. All right, so let me copy the drivers I just downloaded, because I believe they are... Looking at what I downloaded, I think it's an exe file that I probably just run directly on the computer. So... And I guess while I'm waiting for that Windows Explorer window to sort, let me come over here to my NAS. DOSBench. Open the zip file, and let me extract it. And I can just extract it directly to the E drive, because I have DOSBench in a folder in the zip file. All right, there we go. DOSBench is installed. Okay, the Trident drivers are on the drive. Let me see if there's anything else I want to copy over while I'm at it. Oh, interesting. Let me actually open this CD image here and make sure there's... Ooh, there's 9440 drivers on it as well. Oh, that's for the PCI version of the card, though, so that won't work. All right. Okay. Let me tell my antivirus software that it can stop scanning because I can't eject the drive if scanning, and now let me drive. All right. All right. So now we have DOS bench and the Trident drivers on the drive. DOS bench so we can be able to run benchmarks. The Trident drivers so that we can see more than a Microsoft Paint version of the wallpaper. Jack says that would take a long time in MS Paint. Yes, they would. Right. In the rare chance that we actually can't get appropriate drivers for this video card, well, we'll pull another VESA Local Bus card out of the box, but they aren't as fast as this one, so hopefully these Windows 95 drivers are compatible. Generally, I think for video cards, the Windows 95 drivers were compatible. I think for sound cards, you could use the Windows 95 drivers, but if you had a new enough sound card that actually had Windows 98 drivers, Windows 98 introduced, I think, another model for sound drivers, and it could be preferred to use the Windows 98 drivers. But I think you could still use the Windows 95 ones, no problem. All right, so this theoretically... Well, I am not putting a floppy drive in. Actually, we'll just do that. There we go. Go to Windows 95, start button, settings, control plan, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Oh, yeah. That. Yeah, we can totally do that. All right. Properties. Device manager. Display adapters. Properties. Driver. Update driver. Yeah, it wanted to give me the same silly drivers that came with Windows. I think we want this one here. Yeah, 123196 Trident. All right, I'm hoping those are the right drivers because it doesn't look like there's any Windows 98 drivers for that video card from what I can tell. Well, that's probably a good sign we didn't blue screen. Looks like we... Oh, trippy. I think we're in 256 color mode. Oh, I haven't. I can't see the chat. There we go. Let's see here. Settings. Oh, look at that. Oh, beautiful. Let me reset the theme in case it dithered the background. I don't know how it does the themes. Because it said it was a high color theme. But when it does this import thing, it almost made me think that maybe it dithered the background to fit the number of colors I had the video card at. See if the wallpaper looks any better now. Oh, sorry. I forgot to go back to the... Tim says, a moment of silence for the IBM hard drive in this thing. It just screeched to a halt. Well, here we go. Oh, you completely missed me selecting the drivers, so I'll show you the display adapter name. Boy, does that roll off the tongue. Trident 9320, 9440, 9470, 9660, 9680, 9380. Linear accelerated for ISA VL version 4.02.12. Yeah. Like basically the 9000 series drivers for, or the 9000 series that was available for VESA Local Bus, basically. There we go. Let's go to MS-DOS mode. I can type. Which I can't. All right. Let's... All right, I've got my scores that we took with this board last Thursday, I believe, when we were looking at the Pentium Overdrive processor. So theoretically, this should do as well as we did last week, because I did take the 32-bit card and non-overclocked processor benchmark, so hopefully we are running about as fast as we were. I mean, it looks like it is playable. It definitely was a little bit smoother with the processor overclocked, but, well, the rest of the systems, if it's not running stably, Doom might have even showed that at some point. Alright, so last Thursday we had 2305 real ticks. We have 2356 now. But that was with... We were running under DOS... PC-DOS 7. So this is MS-DOS 7 for Windows 98. Okay, so we're still in the ballpark. We're still in the ballpark. Jesse says, the video card name reminds me of the template I had to apply in our SolarWinds software. It was something like Cisco Catalyst 92,000, 93,000, 94,000, 95,000 something. Yeah. Okay, so little performance hit from this combination, but Jesse says, but I can automate the patching now. Yeah. All right. We'll run speed sys here real quick. So I think we should get a score of 45.86 or thereabouts. Of course, this version of DOS could affect it. Interesting. This shows that as a 66 megahertz Intel Pentium, 46.13. Oh, actually, that's a little faster than it was. Oh, look at that gut bomb. You see what CD drive it says we have? They spared no expense. They actually programmed Mad Dog into the ROM on the CD drive. Look at that. It's reporting as the correct drive. Oh, hi, Mike of Mike's Future Retros. Hello, all. Hello, Justin. Been busy putting up a Christmas tree with the woman of the house. Hope all is well tonight. Yes, it is. We have Windows 98 installed and just running a few benchmarks to confirm that it seems to be performing correct. Before, we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to reattempt the cache upgrade without the processor overclocked, and we are going to see if that is stable. And then we're going to actually put this in the case, because it looks like it is working stably enough that we can put it in the case. And I think I may also pull this optical drive open and lubricate it, because it's still kind of being a bit finicky when it ejects. Oh, see, now that I'm talking about it, it actually wants to eject, but and we'll run the cache check. All right. So I think we can skip the test there. All right. Anyways, CPU performance is a little better than it was under PC DOS. Doom benchmark was a little bit slower. But let's run check CPU. So we are... Okay, so check CPU sees that we are running at 63 megahertz. And we are enabled in write-back mode for L1 cache. That's good. Mike says, I would put a lightweight Linux on it as a test. Yes, I know, DOSember, but still want to see a lightweight Linux on it. If you keep it a command line Linux, can we pretend it's DOS-like? I do prefer GUI interface, though. I don't have a lightweight Linux available to install, so you can propose one and I can download it. We may... I don't know if... I would like to put this thing in the case, because I'm tired of having a bunch of parts precariously stacked on top of stuff. But we are running DOS now. I see no reason why we can't sneak in a Linux just to see what it does. But I want to see if I can upgrade the cache, and it's stable now that the processor is not overclocked. So I want to run cache check, see what it reports. Mike says puppy Linux or something. All right. While cache check runs, let me look up this puppy Linux thing. Puppy Linux. All right. All right. Let's see here. I think we want. Okay, I'm having trouble deciphering which build I want. Maybe I should just look at the system requirements. General system requirements. All right. So I know I need 32-bit. So 32-bit says single core Pentium 4 or equivalent RAM equals 512 megabytes. Oh, I need an. Oh. I don't have near enough RAM for Puppy Linux. I need something even smaller. Also, this is claims I need a Pentium 4 and 512 megabytes. I need something that'll run on a Pentium 1 and 16 megabytes. So I think that means I need like a Linux on a floppy disk. Oh, here we go. Like Mu Linux. That last updated September 2023. Okay, that's. Well, if I can figure out how you download it. Oh, wait a minute. That's from 2004. Oh, that's fine. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm downloading a floppy disk that'll boot on a floppy disk. Mike says, I appreciate you clicking on things. Looking at the specs of Puppy Linux. Tim says BIOS. Mega says anti-X Linux will probably work. Well, I picked a random one. Okay, I picked a random floppy disk based one. I have no idea how good it is. Oh, I think Mega says never mind. I take that back. Um, all right. So there's our cache metrics 13, 39, 62. All right. So let's. Okay. Let's see. I know this is going to be. I want to do this before I put it in the case because the case will make it hard to get to where the cache chips are. So I want to try this beforehand. Mega says Anti-X has a 486 kernel, but the rest of the distro is 686. Jason says Linux from scratch, it's the only way to go. Mega says, by the way, bootloaders for Linux these days have a lot of trouble booting on 486. The best way to boot Linux, in my experience, is to use loadlin from DOS. Ooh, loadlin, yeah. Oh, well, that kind of ties it into December, doesn't it? Boot Linux from within DOS. Never mind the fact that I think that basically yeets DOS from out of memory in the process, but well, if it didn't want to get yeeted out of memory by loadlin, DOS should have implemented some memory protection. All right. I'm going to very carefully remove these cache chips. These are very much real cache chips. If you look on the RetroWeb, I think there is a note for this board that this is one of the boards that sometimes got shipped with fake cache. But these are actually real cache chips. So if the upgrade is stable, I will hold on to these chips for another board. And if it's not stable, I'll put them back. So these are 20 nanosecond parts. Actually, all right, let me unplug the IDE cable that is in my way. If I forget to plug that back in, we will all know. I was trying to pry these out with my right hand because I am right-handed, but unfortunately the way these chips go in the socket, I just cannot get my tool in under them on the correct side of the chip. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm removing the 8 32K SRAM chips. That's how it gets to 256 kilobytes. And they will be replaced with 4 128K SRAM chips, and then I have to change a number of jumpers. Now, I don't have any retro chip testing devices, so I can't test these. But I had these on another board, and they seemed to work in that board. It's just that board had a quirk that I didn't really like the quirk. But that board's quirk was you could either have max cache and only be able to install 24 megabytes of RAM, or you could have like 256K of cache and install all the RAM you want on the board up to its maximum supported amount published, which was like 128 megabytes. And that made it really difficult to... Actually, that chip has a slightly bent pin, so I'm going to pick another one. So I basically decided to leave that board at 256K of cash and sell it on eBay. That's how I dealt with that board. Since I wanted to have a little bit more RAM than 24 megabytes in it. Oh, I gotta change the jumpers. It had a couple other weird quirks about it too. So my solution was sell the board and pick another one. So therefore I have these chips to try in other boards. Because yeah, if you had more than basically if you had more than 24 megs of RAM, because it had 4 SIM slots. So the next step up would be 32. There's not anything it supported between 24 and 32. But the problem was, if you had a megabyte of cache in the board, because it had 8 SRAM sockets for 828K SRAM sockets, and yeah, no, that's a lot of cache for a 486, you would start getting memory errors at 32 megabytes. Which, if you have 32 megabytes of RAM, given the fact that most of the 486 chipsets don't map RAM to the upper memory area, you actually have some RAM that is above 32 megabytes in the address space so you would actually start to get memory errors with 32 megabytes of RAM for the RAM that was mapped at 32 megabytes and above, because the chipset didn't map RAM to the upper memory area. So yeah, chipsets can be a bit confusing. So anyways, yeah, anything above 32 megabytes with a megabyte of cache on that board, memory errors. It's like the board could not properly address memory above 32 megabytes if you had the max cache installed. And I shouldn't have put that cable back on, because I need to get the jumpers that are like right here. Okay, so for 512K of cache, JP10 needs to be closed. And this is the point where I need to look up. So the jumpers in these 4 jumpers here on the board are 10, 50, 13, and 11 from my perspective. 10, 50, 13, and 11. So 10 needs to be closed. And it was. 50 needs to be closed, which it's not. All right. 13 needs to be 1 and 2. And 11 needs to be closed. Yeah, it is. 10. Let me make sure that I had that right. 10, 50, 13, and 11. Yeah. Closed. Closed, closed. 1 and 2 closed. Okay. Closed, closed, 1 and 2 closed. Okay, I've got those. And then JP67, which is above the processor. Is that the one? Needs to be open. So JP67 is going to be. Hold on. I think it's that one there. Is JP. Hold on. There's a jumper that. JP53. Let me double check, because there's a jumper here that's not on the diagram. Okay, we are just going to leave that jumper alone. All right. So I think I've set all the jumpers I need to for 512K of cash. And, all right, we will power up. We have, let's see here. Capom's asking, did you fix it? Well, seemingly so. Jack says, lol, as if. Yeah. Jack says there's always more to fix. Yep. Dave's asking, is it fixed? Hi, Dave. Welcome. I got Windows installed, and now I'm repeating the cache memory upgrade I tried on your stream. The problem was, apparently, that I had overclocked the Pentium processor, and apparently it was... There was some... That was causing some VESA local bus instability. So I thought maybe I should try the cache upgrade again, because maybe that was also processor instability. Hey, anything to make Windows run a little smoother. And this, I love this theme in Windows 98. It is my favorite theme. You know, it might actually be my favorite theme of all the Windows themes. Just because, even though I realize there's some things here that are not really inside your computer, it just looks really cool. Now, if you see the theme I have on my like Windows 10 and 11 machines, I have a theme from the Windows store. It was like one of the free themes, and it's like pictures of circuit boards. I should totally find some cool looking circuit boards, or like some of my motherboards, and take close-ups of neat angles, and maybe make my own theme. That could be cool. Well, let me chuck that on the list of things to do. All right, so I think the first thing we will do is we will run cache check. So it was 1339 and 62 or something like that. So I wasn't expecting it to be any faster. Although it does slow down memory access considerably. It like doubling the amount of cache doubles the memory access time. I was not quite expecting that. Partly because it's the same amount of tag memory. Although I think in reality, though, doubling the amount of cache is probably going to increase the likelihood you'll have a cache hit. I do kind of find that interesting that it slows down so much. Because with the same amount of tag RAM, I would have expect the cache controller to need the same amount of time to determine if you have a cache hit or miss, because there's no more tags. I may have to rewind the live stream to see what the effective speeds were, because I don't know if the... Alright, let's run speed sys, because actually I'm kind of... Oh, let's run check CPU. Let's make sure we're still in... Okay, we're still in write back mode. Alright, speed sys. Tim says, ooh, random unlabeled button. Let's push it. Alright, so the benchmark score is 46.12. Okay, that's the same. Look at the memory. This program showing the memory bandwidth is 17.95 megabytes per second. So, Gutbomb, I don't know if you realize the CD drive shows up in this program as a mad dog. Yeah. Gutbomb says, the perfect combo, Mad Dog and Trident. Now that I've installed the correct Trident drivers, Windows 98 works pretty good. Because the drivers it tried to install by default were apparently the wrong drivers for this card because they were very unstable. Francois. Oh, hi, Francois. Yeah. Francois says, looks like I mentioned some SG1 and BIOS mentions. Yes. We had a request to try some other operating systems on this platform to see how well they do. Oh, thank you, Dave. We have a $10 super chat. More money for the sleeper. Eep. All right. Thank you, Dave. Yes, that will probably go towards some more RAM, but I'm not scraping the minimum system requirement. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to pan through my own live stream to... Francois says 14 megabytes is not enough, I'm afraid. Actually, there is 16 megabytes in the system. I do not know why it's only showing 14 there. That is a bit of a mystery. But yeah, 16 is not enough. But this board is really picky about the RAM, and that is the only RAM I could find that the board would post with. All right, so I'm going to let this finish running so it actually shows some timing metrics on the screen. Almost done with the memory test. All right, there we go. So, SpeedSys is showing the L1 cache at 114.5 megabytes per second, L2 at 22.05 megabytes per second, and memory throughput at 13 megabytes per second. Unfortunately, though, I did not let it complete, so I don't know what those timings are with the 256K of cache. I may have to... I may have to put them back in and let it run again to see if it's running any... Actually, did we trade extra cache for slower performance? Well, we could see if Doom runs any faster. And then I'll restart it a couple times to make sure it reliably restarts. Because that was how I knew it wasn't stable with the extra cache. But that totally could have been on me with overclocking the processor. That could have been the first sign that it wasn't stable. That totally could have been a clue of instability that I didn't realize that was instability. I thought it was just a quirky board design. Because it wouldn't have been the first board I've had that you add cache and it adds quirks. Like board designers, I think sometimes would like, we'll put the sockets on the board. It should work. We'll say that it supports a megabyte of cache, but who can afford that? They'll only use 256K of cache because we'll include that. They'll be able to afford that. They won't ever be able to afford a megabyte of cache. All right, so we went from 23. Actually, yeah, that does actually. I think the system is running a little slower with the extra cache. Because we went from like 2350 something to 2380 something. Of course, it is also possible that the amount of RAM I have, maybe I don't have enough RAM for it to really be effectively caching. I don't know. All right, we'll let the Quake demo run because I have its benchmark number written down. Boom. Last time. It's also possible I need to go in the BIOS and check a couple settings. Because the newer SRAMs are faster than the old ones. Except for the tag RAM. I didn't change it. Let me see if I think I have a... Let me see if I've got a 15 nanosecond tag RAM here. I do. I do have a 15 nanosecond tag RAM. I may trade out the tag RAM and might tweak the cache settings in the BIOS. Oh, there's my phone. Oh, hey, Rudy, welcome. We have Rudy's Retro Intel here. So 10.7 frames per second. Ooh, it was 11.4. I don't know. This extra cache is adding a performance penalty. Francois says, need more sleep actually. Oh dear. Alright. You know, I think I'm seeing a downside to this extra cache. Alright, let's go in the BIOS here real quick. There's not many settings you can change in the WinByte. Okay. Be that way, computer. Starbucks Tech. Starbucks Tech saying to Francois, but you do not sleep. Yeah, it has been a while, Rudy. Glad we're able to drop in tonight. Although, I guess speaking of streaming schedules, so next week I'll go ahead and announce So I will be streaming Monday and Thursday next week because next Tuesday is Christmas Eve. So I will be streaming Monday, and I'm going to start at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Thursday, at the moment, I may also start at 6 p.m. Eastern on Thursday as well, because I'll be off work. So a few more hours with friends. And then the following week, I will be streaming Monday and Thursday, because the following Tuesday is New Year's Eve. So that following Monday, I will start at 6 p.m. because I will be off of work. So a couple more hours with friends again. But that Thursday, the 2nd, I will resume my usual schedule of 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays. And then my schedule will go back to normal for that following week of Tuesdays and Thursdays. So the deviation for Monday is only for the next 2 weeks. And that's only because I am not going to try to compete with Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, because I have plans and you have plans, and there's no pretending that there's no plans. So Jesse says New Year's Eve isn't stopping me from streaming. Jesse says I don't have to work New Year's Eve for the first time in 11 years. All right, Jesse. Well, I'll probably be in your chat then, assuming I don't get invited to a party where I leave the house. I probably won't, because they'd probably already invited me. All right. I did not mean to hide the start menu. There we go. Let me see if I can actually get into the BIOS to check the cache settings. I know I pressed the delete key, and it looked like the BIOS recognized it, but it was like, no, we don't want him monkeying with the settings. We're gonna, like... As he says, I had enough of the intense New Year's Eve thing. Yeah. I mean, I have been known to be social occasionally. Yes, there's a keyboard error. I was pressing delete. I want you to go into the BIOS. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, caches are enabled. Chipset. Rudy says New Year's Eve should be moved to the summer. I think I'm with you there. It'd make for a much more enjoyable, actually, like, yeah, it does feel like on New Year's Eve you should be able to barbecue, but, I mean, David Starbuck could probably barbecue on New Year's Eve down in Florida. It's probably warm enough, but for most of the U.S., at least, it's too cold on New Year's Eve to barbecue. Yeah, Rudy says here, too cold to go out on New Year's Eve. Yeah, it's like, that seems like a day you should barbecue, but yet it's too cold to. I'm with you. If it was in the summer, then at least we could go barbecue. All right, let me, I want to look something up here. I can find a um, memory. Trying to find a chart of like the weight states you need for memory. Nice thing is some motherboard manuals actually had the chart in it. Mike says, I'm on Long Island, New York, low 40s going down to the 20s this weekend. Yep. Too cold for barbecue there. And Rudy says, I barbecue in the snow. No problem. Jesse says, we'll grill year round. Mike says, I'll barbecue 365. Oh, okay. Maybe it's too cold for me to go barbecue. Even though the barbecue itself is warm, but maybe there's something about being able to barbecue and then enjoy it outside. All right. If I turn off auto config, then that means it's going to let me have dangerous settings. Memory cache. Ooh, look at all these settings I could change. Actually, let's make sure we're stable and then maybe I'll tweak with these. Someone by chance can find the chart. Rudy says it's negative 10°C here, about 15 degrees Fahrenheit. And Rudy is somewhere in Canada. Ontario, Canada. Middle of nowhere, Rudy says. He says we're in the middle of our first snowstorm. Oh. Here we go. Just realized all I need to do. So 25 megahertz is 25 nanoseconds. No, wait a minute. Never mind. That doesn't make sense because never mind that calculation. It changed the units on me. But yes, you can convert the. So megahertz, 25 megahertz to the period in nanoseconds. All right, so 25 megahertz, if this is correct, converting it correctly, is 40 nanoseconds per period. So I have 15 nanosecond cache and a 20 nanosecond tag. So what that tells me is I should be able to set pretty aggressive cache timings if I'm doing that right. Mike says, I've only been to Toronto, part of Ontario. Rudy says, I'm 2 hours north of that. Mike says Toronto can be, quote, anywhere USA suburbia. There's no discernible difference. Except for that funny metric system at the gas station. Rudy says, 4 more years till I retire, then moving to Greece by snow and cold forever. Ooh, that sounds like a plan. All right. So the only thing I'm noticing is occasionally Windows hangs at the restart screen, like the screen, but I suspect there's some fix for that. Of course, then again, I don't know. That's weird. I think this is on Windows where it just hangs here instead of restarting. I think that's all on Windows. I think the RAM is all good. I've run mem test on it. The only thing I can't test is the cache memory because I don't have a chip tester that can test these 128K SRAMs. Starbuck Tech says, Mem test, you will summon Trina. All right, I think the board is stable with 512K of cache. However, I'm not sure it's performing faster with 512K of cache. Unless I was supposed to install a larger tag RAM. Do I have some... I'm almost tempted to... I'm almost tempted to put a 64K tag RAM in this board. Because the thing is, the socket is large enough for a 64K tag RAM. Because the thing is, there is a typo on the cache configuration sheet for this board, which has me wondering if maybe I really needed a larger tag RAM chip to get maximum performance from the extra cache. So let's try this. All right, we're going to shut down. All right, it is now safe to turn off your computer. All right, so I'm going to remove the original tagram, which you can't see because I have to change the angle. So I am going to pop this tagram out. I'm going to put a larger one in, and then I'm going to see what the board does. It is quite possible that it will have no effect. I'm going to put a 64K tagram in. But it is also possible that double the cache needed more tagram. And thing is, I don't have the original manual for this board. I just have the Micro House jumper sheet that the RetroWeb has posted, and there's a typo on it where it's copying some information from the previous row. And I'm not quite exactly sure if the tagram data is correct or not. Okay, not surprised that Francois says if you install BIOS, you can install Theme Manager and import your Microsoft Plus theme colors. Oh, that's neat. Well, I'm going to have to get this thing in a case so that maybe I can make it easier to install other things, because I have no workbench space, because bench testing parts like this maximizes the amount of... All right, good night, Francois. And Francois says, I know it's useless, but I coded that anyway. All right. I about typed December instead of DOSBench. All right, so let's run cache check, and let's see if maybe this is any different with double the tagram. No, it's not. All right, let me look at the jumper settings and see if maybe there is a... one that looks like it is a for the tagram. Closed. Okay, so that one kind of looks like... Hmm. All right, let's see if maybe one of the other... shuttle boards, while this finishes running, I'm looking to see if any of them mentions needing a larger tagram. Otherwise, probably just has a larger socket for potentially no reason. Okay, so... okay. Oh, now there would be an interesting experiment. Just looking up. Alright, so I think this other tag RAM chip is not needed. Chances. Hold on, I just saw something in one of these manuals that caught my eye. Because there's 4 different versions of this board. It's hard to tell which is which. Hmm. That's interesting. Alright, I want to check something here. Alright, so I just noticed on one of these manuals that there are some jumpers to set the DRAM banking. And I want to see if this board has those jumpers. Because it's possible. So it's jumper 60, 61, 62, 70, 71, 72. All right. Let me exit this. Power off. All right. Let's see if I can find these jumpers. Because if I can, then it's possible I can upgrade the RAM, like, right now. Ooh, that's interesting. I see 3 of those jumpers, like, right now. I haven't even started looking for them. Could this be that I've had the wrong version of the board this entire time? I thought I had version 1.0 of the board, but I think I might have version 1.1 of the board. Yeah, sure enough, there's 3 of the jumpers right there between the battery and the sim sockets. All right, where's these other jumpers? 60, 61, and 62? 60, 61, and 62. Where are those jumpers? Does this board have those too? All right, 60 is one of these jumpers here. All right, where's 61 and 62? Ah, 61 and 62 are, oh, over by the processor. All right, how do I have this board set now? I have a feeling it's in DRAM configuration 1. So 60, 61, and 62 are open, open, open. No. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Well, they don't make it easy to tell which one is pin 1. Oh. Alright. So 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. And then I bet these other 3 jumpers are closed, closed, closed. Yep, J60 is closed. Closed. Ah! So I'm in DRAM configuration 1. Mode 1. Which basically means the mode that only lets you use single-sided DRAM. But you can use all 4 SIM sockets. Okay. Let's try something here. I'm going to go to mode 2. And to go to mode 2, I need to change these 3 jumpers. So there we go. And then I need to open this one here. And then there's 2 by the CPU that you'll just have to trust me because I'm having trouble seeing them, and my eyes are closer than the camera. So let me look at the diagram. So that jumper block should be 48, 47, 61, 62, 46. 48. Yeah, there we go. Yep. I need to open those 2 jumpers. Yep. Open, open, open. Okay, so if I am looking at the manual for this board correctly now, I have just taken this board down so it only supports 3 SIMs. If it'll, there we go. So let's see if it powers up, because I think this is a valid configuration in mode 2. Now, don't worry. There is a method to my madness here. Alright. So it does power up. It is, of course, complaining that I just removed memory. Now, if I look at the chart of supported memory modules, I think that I might just have some that it might like. So I'm going to first try these modules. I tried these on Tuesday in mode 1, and it no likey them. Now, it's also possible that it may not like these because they're EDO. So this may still not work. But it also might have not liked them because they're... Okay. So that's a no. It still does not like those sims. Alright, but here's the thing. So, I was having trouble finding compatible sims in my RAM collection because the mode this board was in, it only wanted single-sided sims. and they had to be EDO or fast page. But now I think in mode 2, I think I can use double-sided sims. I think they're still going to have to be fast page. But I think I can now use some double-sided sims. So let's try these. I think these are some that I bought some. These may be EDO. But I think they may be fast page. I can't tell what they are just by looking at them. But I think that's 32 megabytes of RAM. Or that's not 32 megabytes of RAM. Oh. Those are 2 8s. Okay. Well, okay, those are 8 megabytes. But they must be fast page. Okay, we are onto something. Because I just successfully used double-sided fast page sims in this board. So, alright. So let me look in my box of memory here. Okay, no, those are bad memory modules. I don't know why I torture myself by putting bad memory modules in the box. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. These are the ones I want to use, if these work. Yeah, these are double-sided sims, so they're definitely wouldn't have worked in mode 1, but I think there's a chance these will work in mode 2. And I think I know the reason. I suspect in mode 1, you can use all 4 channels, but they have to be single rank. Because I have a feeling the memory controller on this board probably can only support 6 ranks of memory. So by going down to 3 slots, it has enough capacity to support double rank, if that's the correct term when you're talking about sims. But if you want to use all 4 sim slots, they have to be single-sided because it can only support 6 ranks. And 4 slots, it only routes a single rank to each, probably for simplicity of jumper settings. Now, if my bag is marked correctly, this should be 64 megabytes of memory, which would be insane to have had this much memory back in 1995. This would have been expensive. Oh, look at this. These are 2 double-sided. Mike says more memory, more problems. Well, Windows chugging along won't be one of them. Alright, I will happily run the setup to fix this problem. While we are waiting for the memory test, I am going to clean the marker off of my workbench. My cheat sheet of everything I wanted to try. Yes, I wrote it with marker on my workbench because that is one advantage of a stainless steel workbench, is that the marker will just come right off with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol. Other than the area will be slightly pink for a couple more cleanings of the table. That is not good. Windows protection error. We don't like those around here. Well, I guess I should probably run a mem test to see if this memory is actually working. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if this board has a similar problem to that other board that I had, that there's a maximum amount of memory you can have with 512K of cache? I guess that's one good reason to run mem test. Guess I'll probably have to also search to see if there's like a... Because I know Windows 98 supports 64 megabytes of RAM. Okay, if there's some issue like that, RAM limit with more cache, it will hopefully be very apparent. Will basically just, if it happens, the telltale sign will be a wall of errors, and it will conveniently start at probably a even address to a megabyte boundary. And I think the way I figured out it was the board and not the RAM, is I put the RAM in another computer and it tested fine. And then I swapped the memory modules around, and oh, I think that's what I did, because I think I'd run the memory test. I ran mem test on that board with the smaller amount of cache, and it passed with that memory. And then I noticed that it started failing only after I increased the cache, and I figured out it wasn't the cache memory, because the addresses it was failing on was too conveniently located to a memory boundary. Jesse says it's now a standard Trina stream. I don't see how upgrading memory would break Windows to give me a Windows protection error, unless there's bad RAM. So, well, I guess in the off chance that this is actually bad RAM or incompatible or something, well, that really would... got a little bit more of 7210 stems. That's an EDO. That's an unknown size. This is. Oh, hey, Sad Mac, welcome. Diagnostics. Yes, I upgraded the RAM. I discovered by accident, because I was looking at the manual for another version of this motherboard for a totally different reason, and I noticed that this board had some jumpers that were not in the manual I thought was the correct one for the board, and yeah, it turns out I think I might have misidentified this board. It's another revision of the board, and the other revision of the board has jumpers to set which mode you want to use the sim sockets in. So I have set it to the other mode, which limits you to using 3 of the 4 sim sockets, but it supports double-sided sims. Although it still doesn't like EDO, but I mean, it at least makes it easier to find memory for it. But the first boot of Windows, it gave me a Windows protection error, so I'm running memtest to make sure this RAM's actually working. Because I guess I should have known it would be too easy. I mean, there we go. Better. There we go. I wiped the notes off of my workbench that I'd written to remind me what to test. Because yeah, now, if for anyone just joining wondering what the problem was that was preventing me from installing Windows in the first place, it was my overclock of the Pentium Overdrive processor. Facepalm. That also appears to be the reason why the cache upgrade I tried on this board on Dave's stream was not stable. Overclocked processor. But Doom ran so nice with it overclocked. But apparently, Doom wasn't doing the right kinds of intensive things to show the problem. Installing Windows did, however, when it got to the part where it was processing the system configuration at the end, where it does lots of reads and writes and probably creating the system registry. Yeah, that was apparently intensive enough to show the problem. As was apparently more cache. And Dave says, yes, it was not happy. Yeah, Dave remembered. It was like locking up while it was trying to print the summary screen. Yeah, Christian says the full 90s computer experience. Yes. Hey, we still had memory tests back then. They just weren't this fancy. Let me do a quick search and see if I can find a... All right, Windows 98 protection error after upgrading RAM. All right, so let's see here. Troubleshooting boot issues on Windows 98 Second Edition after hardware upgrade. Okay, so I found a forum. It's giving ideas. Apparently, the issues you're experiencing are pretty common with hardware upgrades on Windows 98 Second Edition systems, especially if you've significantly changed the CPU or RAM. Well, I quadrupled the RAM. That would be significant. A few things you can try. Check your RAM configuration. Okay, it's saying Windows 98 Second Edition has trouble with more than 512 megabytes of RAM. Okay, well, that's not the problem. Reinstall drivers for CPU upgrade, but that doesn't apply. Didn't upgrade the CPU. Reinstall Windows. Huh. That doesn't seem right. Oh, let me check one thing though. Did I use the right SIM sockets? Yes, I did. Okay. Ooh. Well, this is running so slowly. I may, interestingly enough, all right, let me check two jumpers here 58 and 59. So 58 is. These are for caching mode. It is closed, I believe. 58 is closed. And let's see, 59 is... I'm just double checking jumper settings. You know, you would think the PC chips family of companies could have put jumpers in a sensible order on the board, but no, of course not. Oh, 59. It's along the front of the board. Yeah, I would have certainly thought to look there. All right, 59. Might explain why the cache is not performing as fast as I thought it should. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think it's right. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I think I found a jumper setting mismatch or misconfiguration. Just double checking some other things here. Jack says, lol, I have just rejoined after clearing snow from my driveway in MIM test. Yeah, I figured out why I couldn't use some of the Sims in my collection, so I upgraded the RAM and Windows protection error. Jason says, you sounded so defeated when you read reinstall Windows. You betcha. Dave misses shoveling snow. Jack says, it was about 4 inches. You can have my snow, Dave. Thomas Armstrong says, last play of the year complete, I can nap. Awesome. Dave says, thanks for the offer, Jack, but I'm good. Okay, so let me fix a jumper setting misconfiguration here. I doubt it's the cause of the Windows protection error, and I'm quite honestly thinking that maybe I should just try booting again. Maybe boot into safe mode first, but let me check. So that should be closed. That's JP45. Because I misidentified the board. Some of these jumpers might be wrong. Okay, that one should be open. So all right. So now I bet the board is actually correctly operating in right back mode. Because it was a right back related jumper that was wrong. Yeah, that's an upgrade. I'm thinking that was the video card. Not quite initializing properly. Because if memory was that corrupted, I don't think it would have been running that well. Jesse says, I'm up to 6 inches of snow. I hate winter here. Oof. Thomas Armstrong says, rain is going down the drain like it should. All right, let's see what Windows does. Okay, we'll load it in safe mode. We'll humor it. Ooh, HIMEM.sys has detected unreliable XMS memory at address. Well, that would, well, it would appear as if either, okay, it would appear as if the RAM that I found that I should have known was way too easy for it to just work. I'll have to mark it to test later because if HIMEM.sys is finding unreliable RAM, that's probably the cause of our Windows protection error. So let's see if I've got RAM that this board will like. Okay, those were 8 megabyte modules, so that doesn't help us. These are okay. I don't know. I don't remember what these are. So, all right, we'll give these a try. I think they're maybe there's some 16s. Jack says unreliable is sort of sugarcoating it. I don't remember where that RAM came from. I mean, it was quite possibly on something from eBay. I don't know that I bought it specifically because it was RAM though. It might have been on a motherboard I bought. I've also figured out with this board to make sure the RAM is seated before you assume it's bad. This is probably EDO RAM. This board does not work with EDO RAM. Despite the fact that I marked the bag as fast page. Alright. I know you can't see anything, neither can I. It's not posting. Okay. Well, it's beginning to look a lot like I'm still going to have to order some RAM to have a RAM upgrade. Alright. That is I think that's a 4 megabyte module. Alright, I don't know what this is. At this point, if it it's not conspicuously marked with the letters EDO, at this point, I'm willing to try it. And I have a feeling that's EDO memory. It's black screen. Still have a black screen. Okay, that must be EDO memory. I mean, seriously. You know, I bet the memory that is buried in the IBM PC 350 might work the way this board's set now, but alright. Here's something. Do I have a matching memory module? Let's see, that's actually a Okay, so these aren't exactly matching, but I suspect they're the same density, so they also have gold contacts. Maybe that's a good sign that they're fast page. All right. All right, at least we post. How much RAM is it? 640 kilobytes. I don't think so. Unless these are the... Probably one of the modules isn't seated. I mean, I do know they made 1 megabyte 72-pin SIMs. This is the board that hates RAM, yes. That's why I'm not tossing these. Okay, it is claiming that I have 1 megabyte of memory in the board. I think that's why it's counting to 640K, because I have shadowing on. I find it hard to believe that I have... Okay, I don't think it likes their sims. I doubt that those are 512 megabyte sims each. I find a possible way to put RAM I already own in this system, and it rejects every memory module I try to install in it. Okay. Let me... Alright, let me see what I've got in this box that's not marked EDO. Because I think the one thing I have figured out, that if it is EDO memory, it probably won't work. Although I guess I could try it on that module, because it is a 32 megabyte module, and if it worked, that's all the memory I need. Alright, got a few more sims to try. Yeah, this... Even with these new jumper settings, I'm seeing that this board is still... an uncooperative board. Okay. I think I'm first going to try this 32 megabyte EDO sim that I don't think it's going to like, but it's a sim. Okay. I'm not even going to try reseating it. That's probably... This board does predates EDO memory and probably is not setting the signal correct for changing the mode to fast page on the sim, because EDO can generally run in fast page mode. In fact, I think it may power up in fast page mode and then get switched to EDO mode. At least I thought that's how boards worked. Okay. almost tempted to switch this board back to mode 1 and... Or, at the very least, I guess I'm going to have to order some fast page modules. Oh, these two modules have... Why did I even put these modules in the box? They have... Some of the pins are, like, very visibly tarnished. In fact, they're bad enough I may have to actually re-tin the affected pins. Okay, I don't think that ever had a chance of working. I should just put those memory modules in the repair pile so I remember to reflow them. Okay, that's probably EDO. I am trying to think if I have any other fast page memory. I think this is a fast page module, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's only 4 megabytes. Or I'm incorrect. Okay, there is one thing I could do, although we are quickly running out of time to do it. Okay, so I was trying to use 2 modules. And we got an himem.sys error on one of them. Well, probably only one of them was bad, so I'm going to take a 50-50 guess and put one in and boot into safe mode and see if himem.sys complains. If it does, then I'll swap, and if it doesn't, then maybe only one of them's bad. But it would be 32 megs of RAM, which is still more than I had, so upgrade. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could probably put the 2 4s in, and then I'd have 48. I'll run mem test on the memory over the weekend. Whoops. I thought it would prompt me to boot into safe mode again because it didn't complete booting the last time, but apparently powering it down after an himem.sys error doesn't count as an incompleted boot. Apparently that counts as a completed boot. Well, that is promising. We made it into Windows. Well, I guess maybe... Basically, I took a guess that the module I'd put in the first slot was possibly the bad one because we got a Windows protection error on startup. So, assuming I had kept track of the order that I had them in the bag as I put them in the bag and set them aside, I was pretty sure I knew which one was in the first slot, which was in the second slot, And I took the one that I thought was at the second slot and put it in. And at least at first glance, it would appear as if I did correctly identify the bad one. Alright, let's see what cache check says with more RAM. Yeah, we're still... I was really hoping to be able to put 64 megs of RAM in it to at least do a cache check to see what the maximum cacheable RAM on the board is. Because it's probably 32 megabytes, 48 megabytes, or 64 megabytes. For the L2 cache. I suspect the Pentium processor can cache up to maximum memory, but usually the L2 cache has a lower limit on these older boards. If I'd been able to put 64 megs in, then I would be able to know what the limit is. Because if 32 megabytes is the maximum cached RAM on L2, then that's a good enough reason for me to only put 32 megs of RAM in the system. Because that's actually quite a good amount of RAM for a 486, basically. Okay, the timer messes up sometimes. I'm not worried about that. That's probably not RAM related. That's probably just related to something else using the timer. Well, I guess I didn't actually get this in the case because I discovered my mistake in identifying the board. But maybe that paid off because now I've got 32 megs of RAM on the board. Which, quite honestly, I'll take it. I will run a mem test on both these modules just to make sure that the module's actually bad. Because it could also be that this board has some other quirk about it. So I won't jump to conclusions just yet. It's still possible that I might be buying 216s in my future just so I can, if both these modules are good and it's like some incompatibility with this system. The way I'll tell that is I'll run mem test both on this computer. I'll probably try them both individually to make it easy to know, hey, this is the one that's bad. But then together in case it's some max memory limit weirdness. But then what I'll do is I'd also test them on another board that I know would be compatible with this RAM, i.e. an actual Pentium board. Probably a late model Pentium board, because those generally support all the types of RAM. Jesse says, my Pentium Overdrive system maxes out at 32 megabytes of RAM. And that is possible that I hit a RAM limit. And that was actually why Windows was giving protection errors, because its memory manager may have tried to do a test and I didn't actually get a good look at the address that himem.sys returned to see was it some random address or was there actually some meaning to the address, such as was it 32 megabytes plus 1? or like 32 megabytes plus 384 kilobytes or something like that. Hmm. But anyways, yeah, Jack says that's disappointing. Yeah. Okay, so at least at the moment, I've got... Jack says more like underdrive. Am I right? Yeah, you're right. Anyways, okay, so got Windows 98 installed. The problem was my overclock. Sorry for not listening to the chat sooner on Tuesday. But at least when push came to shove, I realized I probably better try that first, since multiple people in the chat said that. Got Trident drivers installed. Didn't have to install any other drivers. It seems like Windows picked them all up. Found that I'd misidentified the board at some point. Changed the DRAM mode on the board to mode 2 so that it supports different... it supports double-sided SIMs. And managed to find a 32 megabyte SIM that, at least at an initial test, it seems to be working. Was this other SIM bad? Did I hit a RAM limit? Well, I'll have to do a little more testing on that. Again, that's why I'll test both SIMs independently with MemTest, and then I'll run them both with MemTest, because it's possible that if the board has some limit, it may not be like a hard limit where it like always fails, but it could show up in certain memory tests because the board's really not playing nicely with higher addresses. And usually when that happens, it shows up at like specifically meaningful addresses in terms of the actual memory map on the system, as opposed to like random bit failures or like bit failures on a specific row or column of memory. So, and that's also why I'll then use another board, probably a Socket 7 Pentium board, that I know for sure would support EDO RAM. Should the problem actually be that this is like actually EDO RAM that is somehow sort of going into fast page mode, but not entirely correctly, in case it's a compatibility issue with this board. That way I'm not like tossing out a memory module if it's actually a compatibility issue. So I'll usually, if I think I have a motherboard that doesn't like the RAM, I will usually pull out a second system to confirm the memory failure. Because I've seen it before. I had a motherboard that had pretty much, if you had the maximum cache installed, it was like no more than, you couldn't have 32 megabytes of memory installed, because you would have memory errors above 32 megabytes. And it has to do with when shadowing's enabled and how it remaps memory to not put memory in the upper memory area. Which is why, if I could have theoretically put 28 megabytes in the system, it would have probably worked with it. With 4 SIM sockets, the only thing you could do was 24 megabytes of memory, or you've just put less cache and it worked with more than 32 megabytes. So I've seen it before. If the 486 era was an interesting beast. Like, yeah, it could be Jurassically comical how some boards work. Thomas says, I have that problem with my memory. Yeah. Anyways, I've got a system. It's going to go in a case. I may put the parts in a case off stream just because I've got a system formed here on my workbench. It's a collection of parts that seems to work well together. So I may throw them in a case maybe I'll do that on Dave's stream. I'll put these parts in a case on Dave's stream and do some memory testing. That'd be something good to do on Dave's stream. Yeah. So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button if you like it when I get these old systems running. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the upcoming live streams. Tuesday, I'm going to get to some LTEs. So Tuesday, no, not Tuesday. Forgot which week it is. Okay, next week and the week after, schedule stream deviation will be Monday and Thursday. Because I don't want to compete with Christmas Eve. I don't want to compete with New Year's Eve. So, for the next 2 weeks, it will be Monday and Thursday. And for the next 3 streams, I am going to start at 6 Eastern since I'll be off work. However, once we get to the new year, then I'll be back to my normal streaming schedule for starting at 8 and 9 Tuesdays and Thursdays respectively. But it will, so I guess the first Tuesday stream in 2025 will be on a Tuesday. But I guess for my next 3 streams, I'll be Monday and Thursday just to not compete with Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Because I have plans on Christmas Eve. I may have plans on New Year's Eve that I don't know about yet. So I'm not going to compete with either of those days. So anyways, yes. Tuesday, or not Tuesday. Yep. See, I'm having trouble remembering my own streaming deviation. I will probably have to set an alarm in my phone so I don't forget. Monday, we're going to get to some compact LTEs. In fact, we might even look at that one right there, too. See? It's just waiting right there for me. So, we'll at least look at that. That's where we'll start on Monday. Is with some LTEs. Yes, Monday and Thursday. So, yeah, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss my next live streams. I am also, while I'm off, I'm going to try to work on some videos. We'll see how that goes. So, yeah, if you don't turn on notifications, you definitely won't get notified. I will have to remember to turn on notifications so I don't forget I'm streaming on Monday. And because Creature of Habit thing, although I'm pretty sure someone will probably message me on Discord if I am, like, later than my usual amount of late on Monday. But yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Tells the YouTube algorithm you like content like this. And hey, why not tell a friend? Share my channel with them. Maybe they enjoy computer repairs too. We all have a Jurassically good time. Yes, I like my dinosaur there. It's staying until I find something better. Anyways, and with that, I think I'm going to make sure I got my finger on the correct button here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining, hanging out, being cool in the chat. And got to do some car talk, even though this isn't Everything is Broken Garage. Because, well, 30 minutes of Windows 98 install. It was cool. Something to keep it lively. You never know when we're installing operating systems where the chat might take us while we are filling otherwise dead air of operating system installed. Jack says, everything is broken basement. Sometimes I feel like that, Jack. But at least tonight, it's not... Everything is not broken. The sim might be broken, but at least this computer is not broken. So, yay. That is a win. All right, and with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.